All right, guys, I am back. Sorry about the delay there. Mr. Squig decided he was going to crash on my couch, which usually means we get to see Mr. Squig before stream starts because he has to be escorted out. Because we don't want him trapped in here with no litter box. So, all right, going to be a working stream. Howdy, howdy, Luok. Good to see you, sir. Probably gonna need my notepad today. What are we working on? It just anything that I think I can accomplish. So, I have reinstituted the Lord Third call to action things in the bottom corner of the screen, and they work. They're fine. They're functional, but I think I'm to the point now that I need to be doing actual content or channel branded things instead of the sort of canned stuff that you know the other people have developed. Like I said, they work fine, but I think I need to be fixing that. I think I need to be fixing the alerts, you know, when you guys subscribe and all that sort of stuff. I need to do better versions of those and actual, you know, not the canned stream elements stuff that I'm still using. So there's a lot of like asset management stuff outside of me trying to redesign the logo that I need to work on. The problem I'm having, I can do self-contained ones for the CTAs. For the stuff in the bottom of the screen there, that's just like, you know, check out this other channel, you know, on another platform. Those things, those can be self-contained. They don't have to be dynamic. So I think I could do those in After Effects, and I say After Effects because, well, I'm already paying for it. I should be using it anyway. But the ones that for, like, you know, someone follows or someone subscribes to the channel or those sort of things, I think that I need to have call outs for that also are channel branded or you know, themed. But I think I need to have those as a dynamic version. So let me pull up a probably easiest to do in Clip Studio. So let me get the tablet. And I'll sort of run down sort of what my thinking is on this stuff. We're also streaming over on Instagram today. We tried it, I guess it was Wednesday of last week, and like OBS decided to crash. I'm hoping I've got some of that worked out. Remains to be seen. I know that my streaming, my bitrate overhead should be good. Although for some reason Twitch is still telling me that it's unstable. At this point, I'm assuming, unless you guys are having problems seeing Twitch, that it's a Twitch thing, a Twitch problem. Because I even lowered the bit rate down to 60,000 or 6,000 kilobits. So that should be fine across the board. Both YouTube vertical and Instagram are getting, I think, 45 kilobit. So yeah, those should be fine. So unless you guys are having issues on a certain platform, please let me know. Right now I'm viewing Instagram just via their web interface because I haven't figured out a better way to do it yet. And when I say view, it's mainly for the comments section. I can't integrate Instagram into the current chat bot that I've got running. So it's one of those it is what it is kind of things. All right, so let's get over to art stuff. And gotta get my mouse over here. We are probably done with this stuff right now. Yeah, I don't need that. That's already saved. That's already saved. It's thumbnail stuff for YouTube. So let's see. I want. Do I not have that loaded up over here? I noticed that before. Clip Studio for some reason did not have a pinned. Okay. Give me a minute here, folks, for this to load up. Bring that up. So it's as good as anything. Alright, this is me doodling around anyway on the new logo stuff. Still haven't got the toolbox sort of set up yet, but what I'm thinking, and this might take a little doing too. Let me try to find, let's see, PC, working drive, where is it? Trying to think where it might be. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be there. Oh, I gotta remember where these files are at. I originally created them. Some of them. Where do you live? Let's see if I can find them over here. Off the stream PC, maybe. some of this stuff. Hang on, guys. This is why I put working title, because, well, it's going to be a lot of just me trying to figure shit out today. No, not that. Not there, but okay, I think I maybe located some of it, maybe not. String resources here. No, graphics. No, that's not it. I hate when I can't find files. It irritates the crap out of it. Okay, it's not that drive. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go snag it from Twitch here because for some reason throw it on the desktop. If you don't know a better place to put it. All right. So this is the panel design that I did several years ago. And I would like to sort of revisit this as sort of a jumping off point to the those call to action stuff and sort of what my brain says, you know, has in mind. Create layer or two here to sort of give some difference here is you know, have the skull in there. That'd be sort of a separate element. I'd like to possibly have it set up so that the skull like would animate a little bit, like the mouth would open or, you know, something. Like, you know, it would come out, you know, closed like this, but then, come on, there's my move tool. There it is. Oh. For some reason, they're going way the fuck down there. There. Jeez. But then, like, you know, as it moves across, you know, it opens up. So this would be the, you know, the approach onto the screen or whatever. The jaw would open up. Either it like it hits the point, you know, and it's just the skull that moves across with sort of like a little border or something around it, or maybe not a border, but gets there, and then it, like, you know, the jaw opens up, and then you get the little thing that would pop out to the side of it, or something along those lines. And then you would get the, you know, text or whatever, and then whatever icon or whatever would be in the far other, you know, opposite corner. It'd be similar to what, you know, is popping up on the screen for the ones I've got now. But like I said, I want to, my brain wants to brand it more to the channel and the content and the overall sort of design ethic and theme of stuff. So, but like I said, I think these could be done, you know, via After Effects. But in order to do the more dynamic ones, I think I got to do those using OBS and StreamerBot. Now, StreamerBot would be involved with, you know, this version of things too, because basically we'd have to set up timers and triggers and things to get that to you know, not just be on screen the whole damn time. Basically to you know, get them to the function the way the plugin is working now. But I'm trying to think of how import that in order to be able to get it on the screen at the same time. There it is. So yeah, so basically, you know, this would come in, the jaws would be, you know, a little bit more closed. And then, you know, would open or whatever, you know, the case may be. You know, and I would want to create this Yeah, definitely. Because basically, with the panels, essentially, all of this section could. Sorry, forgot to mute that. It's been that kind of day. It's been one of those days where it's like, okay, everything I'm trying to do, I get half of it done and then forget what the frick I was doing, going to something else, because it's been so much to try to get done this morning. But yeah, I mean, the way this is designed, even, with an Illustrator, when I can finally find the damn files, is that this whole, section here is basically, this is an element with the red outline around it, and then this is another layer it's in behind it, and then the text and stuff is layered in on top of it. So that could definitely still work that way, because basically we could hide the square or whatever behind this element to have it pop out, and even the sort of carry through here that's in between could still be there. And designing it that way, either within After Effects or within the OBS move tool stuff, basically this could be sort of just a an extended this. I mean, this can basically keep going past, all of this, and basically just using a mask, determine how much of it it's gonna stick out, depending on what we need for, the actual text and things that happen. But like I said, I think the ones, especially the ones like this, that are just sort of the, YouTube, Twitch, those things are like the ones, the lower third ones that we've got popping up now, could be, all of that could be done in After Effects, because those will be static. I mean, they'll move and they'll have animation and stuff, but they could be static in the respect that it's not going to have to be dynamic, like when someone follows. If someone follows, depending on how long that person's name is, we're going to have the coding stuff be dynamic so that it spreads out long enough for that to be contained on the panel, so to speak. So that's why I'm thinking I gotta approach this with two different ways, but have them show up and be similar enough that they feel cohesive. Does that make sense? Does that make any kind of level of sense there? So yeah, this could just be sort of be, just a blank bar. And I guess that's the other thing, the color scheme and stuff I've got is that it's this deep red, and it fades to a dark, on the corner there to give a little contrast. Do we do all of the panels that way, or should we be thinking about those the same way that we've got them done with the lower thirds we're using now, where it's sort of color contextual? Twitch is purple, YouTube is red, that sort of thing. And if we do that, do we maintain the field behind the logo design with the red, or should, if we're going, contextual color stuff, should that become the same color so that this blends together? That makes sense? I mean, they can all have the fade, they can all have sort of the similar shape and look and all those sort of things, but the color itself, I mean, it's like, do we go, And just for example, you know, and I'm sure this is the wrong color, but, you know, do we do, you know, well, that was horrible. You know, and does that, but then, you know, like I said, this would be why do you keep going to that layer? Bear with me, folks, while I try to rectify files that don't want to do what I want them to do. Okay, let's try all that again. Let's just do. Remember where the shape tool is at. That's horrible. Sure why that is so bloody light, but swear it doesn't look like the right damn color to me. Anyway, we get the idea. Yeah, something's going on because that is not right. That's black. Okay, that's better. So it'd be, sort of this idea. Actually, we can do better than that. That's what that. Now I want that. Something along that. But like I said, this background would change depending on sort of what what it was. Which means basically this would get this would, take on the same color. Real rudimentary sort of iteration of this, so we can kind of see if this is the direction I want to go in or not. Okay, that's a pretty good facsimile anyway. So that just look weird. Would that work? Would that? As I said, something, you know, with YouTube or whatever wouldn't make that big a difference, but you know. Oops. Gotta draw a selection first. Yeah, the bar would need to be longer. This is just, yeah. You were absolutely correct. There, yeah, this is just sort of spitballing conceptualization, whatever you want to call it. No, not necessarily color changes as far as the channel, theming and stuff. I'm just thinking about for these lower third, pop-up things that we're considering doing. Well, I'm going to end up doing a a retheming on the channel / channels that includes like for instance, get down here and trigger one, and that'll give you guys a better visualization. Say like let's see, there's Twitch, okay. Like the one that's popping up like right now. It would essentially serve the place of that, but be more themed to the channel, to the design ethic, all that sort of thing. So what I was basically asking is that, do you guys think keeping the color connotations to the platform it's basically, info, box popping on screen, do we think that should be that, or do we think everything should remain the channel theming colors of the red, the black, the white, that sort of stuff? And my thinking was that, well, being that it's a content specific, thing, that it should reflect the color of that, platform. And I know that I don't think they enforce it very heavily, but some platforms have sort of within there, if you use their iconography in design for your channel, they have sort of like, okay, we want you to use this specific color, and it can only appear, with these certain things, blah, 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 blah. And I know like YouTube there for a while had stuff with their press pack and stuff. It's like, okay, it could only appear, with this, but not as the outline, and these it gets really technical when you get in the weeds of it. Now, whether or not, like I said, I don't think I've ever seen anybody any of the platforms enforce it that heavily, but they do have it in their information blocks and stuff. Yeah, and like I said, it would have to be, as far as the color, it would have to be sort of their specific color blocks and stuff. It's like, what, somebody look at real quick, what's the oh crap, forget what. Hash color, is that correct? Is that the correct term? Hex code. God, that's right. God. Again, that's kind of morning I've had. It's like things that I should be remembering, just right out of the head. Yeah, what's the hex code for say Twitch? I've somewhere amongst my 40,000 files, there is, yeah, there it is. If I just opened this up, I could have seen it. But yeah, anybody know what the hex code is for Twitch purple hex code? Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Okay, 9. Okay, thanks, Mr. Tag. We'll give that a shot. 9146 FF. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, so let's go to that. I think I can just recolor it. Yeah, where's my fill bucket? It's a problem with not remembering where shit's at. Let me. Weird. May find it easier to pull this up in Photoshop. I mean, Illustrator, to play around and look at it. Let's see, what can I do? Let's see, select. Okay, that's good. Then can we fill? Weird. Okay. We'll go to Oh well, we get the idea. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, so like Twitch's, color would be there, or like I said, it would be the appropriate color to the platform. And my thoughts are as far as, because like I said, I do like this design, and I would love to use it. But I'd love to have like the text float in as the Agam, and then it kind of like does a blur or whatever and becomes the English, translation to it. And I think we can still do that, like I said, with these, because these are all going to sort of be self-contained. I'd love to figure out a way to do that with the dynamic ones, but I don't think it's something I'm going to be able to do easily, because it's going to I'm going to have to generate. Yeah, I just don't think I can do it for like, so-and-so subbed, so-and-so followed. But yeah, it would be that, just the same information. And it would just basically be, like, see, I want that to be, where's my text tool, Windows, where is that? It says I've got it here, I just gotta figure out where I've got it tucked. Oh, here it is, down at the bottom. And let's see, that's what is that? Hawthorne. Should be in here. Weird. I guess I haven't imported Hawthorne into this one over here. Oh, figure out. Sure. I'll make it. you guys get the idea there. So there'd be sort of, you know, this concept stuff going on. So yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, it would change color for each one. There'd only be probably 5-ish of them, give or take. We basically create a base for those in After Effects. Use our panel headers as a jumping off point, because like I said, I don't know necessarily if it's going to stick 100% to sort of this layout. That may need to change, and like I said, I would definitely want to generate the skull as a separate element within that, so that I could replace it in the future if I needed to. You know, if we, you know, come up with a better, you know, more modern logo design here. Like I said, I think this is going somewhere. It's just not quite there yet. I'm not quite happy with the sort of the back tooth being sort of obscured. I'm trying to make it so it's a little more simplified than this, as far as a lot of these little tiny bits of stuff that cut in. They give it character, but at the same time, like when you zoom out, it's like they're sort of superfluous. I still want to maintain some of that in the design, just because that's just sort of my style. But I think, you know, I want to make it, and there again, I don't want it to be as structured. I think I mentioned it last time, but it was let's see, where is it at? I think I imported it over here somewhere, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Yeah, I'm guessing I didn't. But let me do a quick. Hang on a second. Maybe I did. Maybe I pulled it down, but I just didn't import it into the little window here. Let me see if I can find that. I need to be in working drive, reference, skulls, human, skeleton, lion. Oh shit, I guess I didn't. Alright, give me a second. Not what I wanted that to do. Stick that into the references to keep talking about it being, you know, sort of the general direction, though it's not exactly what my brain has in mind, but it's, like I said, it's a jumping off point. Sometimes you have to, you has to do that sort of thing. This is sort of what I was talking about as far as, I mean, this was what popped in my head when my brain started sort of conceptualizing a redesign on the logo, is something simpler, not necessarily sticking to, you know, anatomical and three-dimensional proportions, something that's more stylized and graphical more so than illustrationary, is sort of where I'd like to go with the sort of logo redesign. And this was just sort of, you know, this is, you know, of course, anybody that knows, this is, you know, Flash Gets, you know, animator guys off of YouTube, that sort of thing. And this is sort of their little logo skull. I think they've added the F on the forehead in the more recent years, that sort of thing. Crap. So I'm gonna move that where I want to move it. So yeah, that's sort of generalized direction, I guess you want to say, you know, sort of to take this. But there again, like I said, it's still going to maintain my feel and my style and that sort of thing. I need to break out of that, like everything's got to look like an illustration sort of logo stuff. Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, the good thing is that I think that this will still incorporate with however I go about it. And even if I use the other one, because, you know, this is done. Even if I, you know, just sort of utilize this in an interim to, let's face it, learn how to work within things like After Effects, because I don't have a hell of a lot of experience in that world. I know you, Mr. Tag, were messing around in the motion graphic stuff there for a while, and I'm assuming you're still doing a little of that when you can. Probably got a whole lot more experience on that sort of thing than I do. I know enough to be dangerous, but not enough to be precise. So I'm pretty sure that my first attempts are not going to be great. So even if it's just for me to learn and figure out sort of how I want to approach it. Okay. Like I said, we haven't talked work-related stuff in a little while, so I wasn't sure how much you were still in that world or not. I know it's kind of frustrating you there for a while. As with any new approach and software and direction artistically, for most people, it's a bit of that, like I feel like I'm not making the progress I want to be making, kind of thing. So, but yeah, that's sort of in the works. And also, you know, flip coin of that is like when we do these like for instance, I'm gonna just you know, trigger one of these so we can sort of see it. But let's see, where are we at? Not sure I can do it from here. I might have to do it from the website to do it. Thought I had there again. That's the other thing is I want to bring a lot of these over locally on my machine versus using Stream Elements to serve them up. This, when I trigger this, it might very well, you know, you might get the audio twice because it's feeding through, and I'm not sure I've got the ability to turn off the audio for these. Let's see, where are they at? Boop, 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 boop. Come on. Okay, so let's just say it's a follower. Did you guys even get that? No, didn't show up, did it? Have those turned off on this? It should be there. Let's see. Quickly flip off of this to double check it. No, it should be there. I wonder if it's just because it's not.
You show! Thanks, guys! I too love the sound of cats and boiling water.
Here's another thing I didn't have right. But yeah, so like when that pops up, it's just, right now it's just sort of, that's some of the very first shit I ever did with the channel. So yeah, I'd like to create some graphics that we can use for that sort of stuff. And again, I want it to sort of feel like the right theming and everything from you know what we're doing with the channel. So it's I'm kind of in the mentality that sticking with sort of like the knot work and that sort of thing would be cool, but I'm not exactly sure how to implement something that pops on the screen and looks interesting. I would like there to be some motion, there to be some movement. To it, so it's sort of trying to figure out some sort of graphic or something that can happen. And I've seen those just be like little text boxes and stuff too. But, you know, I kind of don't want that element to pop up in the middle of the screen to look exactly like the element, you know, like these, you know, just in the center of the screen. You know, I mean, these being down in the corner, so to speak, that works okay because that's sort of, you know, that info bug, that sort of thing. I mean, we see that stuff in enough broadcast television and things that our brains are normalized to that. being up in the middle of the screen, it seems it needs to be sort of something graphical that catches your attention, but then with, you know, the information just so they're sort of down below it, and, you know, transparencies and things behind it. I think that's, to me, that's the best approach to it, because then it can be, you know, in the middle of the screen, or, you know, higher up on the screen, and it doesn't obscure for too long, but, you know, sort of recognizes sort of what's, you know, somebody just did a nice thing for you, and you're basically acknowledging that to the you know, the all the viewers, that someone, you know, was took pity on your poor old ass and actually did something nice for you. I know that, let's see, let me try to find that old file. Not seeing it right now. I'm gonna figure out where all my damn files went. But I know, like with the camera right now, it's I've got a, you know, something. The frame around the camera right now is sort of sort of like a box within a box. Very simple. And then, like I said, I've got the, you know, like the crescent moons, you know, happening top and bottom. You know, it might could be something along those lines, and somehow create it to be sort of dynamic enough that basically, you know, whatever text could be in here. You know, it might be nice if, like, it popped up and say, you know, maybe it pops up and it's like, you know, it's just like a single crescent moon, and then, like, the crescent moon, like, you know, rotates around to being like this, and then, like, sort of it spreads apart. And as it spreads apart, the panel or whatever, you know, opens up in the middle of it to, you know, to this, you know, or, you know, like I said, maybe the crescent moons are to the side, almost like little brackets or something. You know, maybe they could, you know, maybe they could also, you know, in the process of opening up the little crescent moons, like, you know, rotate around. So, you know, it'll be like, you know, slowly or quickly rather rotates around to, you know, they're in position. So it's like there's a fixed point in the center, and it like rotates around as it's, you know, spreading apart, and can reverse. So it's almost like a cam where, you know, it basically does this sort of thing. These are just ideas I've had. You know, if you guys have any opinion on these, like, definitely let me know, because I'm kind of like trying to do some retheming, trying to do some thinking on things, trying to personalize the channel and make it a little bit more polished in the process. Something I have been noticing is that you guys are not getting any of the new notifications for some reason, and I I think I know why. think I know why. Give me a second. This is some of the work I did like Friday when I felt like crap. Where did I put it? There. Understand. That's not doing what I need it to do. For some reason the new call to action timed messages is not doing what I need it to do. Trigger. Yeah, I think I need to do some more work on that. That doesn't seem to be functioning the way I wanted it to work. Again, working stream. Yeah, I had a whole new set of call to action messages. You know, you guys aren't getting the spam messages that we were using. Yeah, I changed all that. But for some reason, they don't seem to be kicking off. And it was supposed to be triggered by Stream Deck. I mean, Stream Deck button. But that does not seem to be working. So there's one of the first notes, is to fix that. CTA timed to chats. Put in here no trigger to start. All right. So yeah, that's just again, ideas I've had. I don't know if they're good, bad. There could possibly be something that happens along those lines, and it's not like a big square that pops up, but maybe we have the whole sort of crescent moon thing drop in. It drops in from above, maybe, or it grows from small to large. And then does its thing, and then shrinks out of existence, maybe. I'm still in the mentality of like, it would be cool to see some knot work, like drawing itself. Kind of thing. And I know there's ways that I can do that. But I don't know how that, relates back to the alert. Now there's also the possibility that, we talked about doing, an animated version of the skull logo design, and that maybe the skull pops up, and the mouth pops open, like we've already talked about implementing, and the jaw opens wide enough, and whatever shoots out of the mouth, kind of thing. But to me, that feels like we're getting back to this a little too much. So I think it needs to maybe go in another direction that isn't tied to the logo so much. Just not sure, guys. Oh, itchy ear. Yeah, I'm very perplexed as to where half my files have gone. hoping somewhere in my crashed and had to rebuild systems I didn't freaking lose them, because that would really suck. Appear to be there. Let's see. That's not it. That doesn't appear to be it either. I'm probably going to take a short little break here, guys. Get up and move around, stretch my legs. Double check on you guys, make sure I haven't missed anything with you guys. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Instagram, but Instagram seems to be it's like it goes and then it freezes up and stops. So I don't know. Don't know what I'm doing wrong over there. You guys have got a clue about that. Definitely throw that in chat or over on the Discord. Yeah, not sure. So, all right, yep, I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna get up and stretch the legs. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I'm gonna throw up words on stream so you guys can enjoy that with some music, and I'll be back in just a few. So get that set up for you guys. We're gonna go to the quick break menu as we usually do. Try to get the words on stream started here for you guys. Alright, there we go, guys. I'll be back in just a few. stretch legs, hit the restroom, those sort of things. And I'll be back. All right, guys. Is back. Twitch is still saying that average bit rate is too high, but I've set it to their suggested bit rate. So I think Twitch is full of shit. Just like that. All right. Get through this. I'm gonna exit out of the words on stream there. At least that's functioning as much as it functions. Still completely perplexed about where the frick all of my files are at. So little concern there. My brain knows where it should be. They don't seem to be there. Okay, I think I just found. I think I just found my freaking files. Okay, yeah. Whew. Yeah, that's a huge weight off my brain. It's like, okay, 3 years worth of asset work down the toilet. Yeah. I mean, I obviously could recreate it, but I really don't want to have to recreate half of that. I mean, yes, I'm talking about doing a revamp of it, which essentially is going to probably mean in small in part recreating portions of it, but no, like trying to recreate. Well, let's see, where's a good example of something I don't want to have to recreate from scratch. There you go. This, I don't really want to have to recreate that from scratch, because that was like nearly a week of solid work. Now, mind you, it wasn't like 8-hour days, but still, that took a while. Like a while to create. And I really don't want to have to start that all over. But Yeah. And to actually have the, you know, Illustrator files for all of this stuff would be very, very beneficial for the first stage of the things we're talking about, you know, fucking around with. Oh, that was a very dour walk that I just went on. So, yeah. But yeah, like all of that stuff would be yeah, a bit much. So it's that tells me I need to make sure I back this shit up somewhere. So that's probably going to be happening in the next 24, 48 hours. Backing that stuff up. Put that on the list. Back up graphics. But yeah, let's jump back into the discussion of the alerts here, because what I've got going on I have to put that to a bigger screen or else I can't bloody see it.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
So that's kind of, you know, what I've got going on currently. Is just, it's a little, you know, one of the emote things that I created with some text, and that's just, you know, it's got some stuff on it. Now, I think I want to say one of these. Not that one.
All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up.
Yeah. Again, very early shit that I set up. It's really, really just rudimentary shit. There's one of these that
I never even saw these assholes before.
was one of them that was just literally the canned thing, but needless to say, like I said, I want to create some custom stuff. I think I've been doing this long enough that, you know, I need to be branding my shit and individualizing that sort of stuff. I'm just gonna have to do a bunch of damn research. If you guys see some shit out there, throw it in the Discord for me. You know, links or something out there. If you need permission to put links, let me know. But yeah, so definitely stuff I need to look at. Let's see if we can find one of these panel headers in Illustrator here if I can. Let's see. View details. Banner, 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 banner. I don't have Hawthorne loaded on this PC yet. Yeah, that's not the one I need. All right, so let's go try to find a font. Alright, let's see. Fonts. Where would you guys live? I'm pretty sure. Gotta back up a few somewhere. There, apparently. There's a bunch of them. Okay. Okay. Let's import a shit ton of fonts. That's it telling me I've already got these installed. Actually picked up some that I didn't have in here. I think that should have gotten Hawthorne in there. Not certain. Because the proper name of the font is like Hawthorne MT or something like that. Can't remember what the actual little suffix is on it. I've used the crap out of it forever, so it's definitely a font that I need to make sure I've constantly got. Let's see if I can specifically located in this list here of saved fonts here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, back to the H's. I think it's H-A-W. Made the font page in Windows throw up here a little bit. I think I'm fried its brain. cannot believe I don't have that font sitting there. See if I can use Adobe to help me find it, maybe. Just gonna pop up and go, you're missing some fonts. Okay. LT, excuse me. Hawthorne LT. Okay. Beth Lewis Fern regular. I think that's the Ogum. Let's see if I can find that. Yeah, there's Beth Lewis. In here somewhere. BLF, BLN, BLN, blah blah. Okay. So where are you? No sense. A. Alright, I'll need font settings again. Copy. Boy, it only likes doing this one at a time. Okay. But where is my... Hawthorne LT, I think it's what they said it was called. Monotype. Let's see. Standard, regular. Surely I've got it somewhere. I got it on this system over here. That's a good question. Okay. Says I've got it over here, so I gotta figure out how to get it over here. Anybody know where the font directory lives within Windows? I know there is one. I just don't remember where it is. some Googling. 'Cause I don't want to have to buy it again if I own it. So C/Windows/fonts. Okay. C/Windows/fonts. Get into the Windows directory. Supposed to just be here. That. Then I need to throw that into here. Destination already has a file name, LTTTF. Right. Let's go back. Weird that you would call it that. LTT something. Yeah, that. The worst part about having to migrate to a new PC or rebuild a new PC is, oh, all of your shit doesn't work because we can't find any of it because we're stupid. Alright, close you. Skip that for now. There, alright, everything looks like it ought to look now. Imagine that shit. Alright, so probably still lots of that needs to be done, but we're not going to do it right now. Alright. There's a lot of shit in here. So, let's see. Oh, that's right. We did a stroke around the that so it would stand out against the skull. Okay. All right. So let's turn that off. Let's turn that off. these two can be turned off because it's just an inflated version of that with all the stuff cleaned up that makes that. So that's essentially, let's turn off our view guides. That's what we'll turn off. So this is essentially the panel, and the panel is made up of, I think at one point we did the parchment in behind it, but I don't think it worked out. I think it basically ended up too busy. So yeah, we got the rectangle that makes up the background, and then we got the line on top of it. Now the line on top of this actually has a gradient in the original version, so we don't necessarily have to do that. It might help when it gets to the darker areas in the corner if we go there. But there again, that might make it difficult if we use the same format for the dynamic. So dragging my mouse pad off the edge here. So yeah, if we go dynamic with it, maybe because you can put gradients in OBS. I mean, doing it within After Effects isn't an issue. After Effects will adjust based on, you know, whatever you've got set up, and maybe even in After Effects you have to do it this way too. But in OBS you can use masks, and if we create the mask using an theoretically you should be able to do the gradient with a filter. You'd have to put a gradient filter on top of, well, oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I could probably pull in from Illustrator to use as reference, but pretty sure you're correct there, Mr. Tag. I'd probably have to rebuild it all within After Effects, because I'd probably need to start with the red or whatever square. We'll probably start out with red because that would be the you know, a known version that we might need. And of course getting our hex code for the colors and stuff too, pulling into After Effects. How big? Well, it's going to change. I was about to say, how big is this? But that's going to change depending on what we do. Because it's going to have to, you know, increase in size based on that. But just as a reference, What is the file size here? I forget where document setup. No, that's not right. That's not right. Artboard. Is that what it is in Illustrator? I think it might be right. Preference, file info. No, it's not gonna give it to me. Edit. Dang it. What is it called? I want to say it used to be like Edit Artboard or something like that. Export, no. Property panels tab. Let's see, where's properties? On the layers window. Edit artboard button. Do you see it? Ah, that thing on my cursor's right next door. Okay. Well, I mean, it gives me stuff, but I don't necessarily see the information. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the X and Y or the width and height. Yep, Y and H. No, it's going to be width and. I'm so stupid some days. Okay, so 600. I'm looking for the size of what I created this on, the artboard I created this on. So I think it's 640 by roughly 222, 223, somewhere in there. Just trying to figure out what size I need to create within After Effects. I'm going to have to create a project file size, and I don't need something that's, 1920 by 1080. I may do that when I do the alerts and things like that. But yeah, I think I need, so about 650. Well, it might need to be bigger than 650 because that's going to be the width. So maybe something like 800 maybe. 800 pixels by, say, 225-ish, maybe. Might be a good place to start anyway. It's there again. I'm going to fuck up more in the beginning more so than get it right anyway. I'm sure there's some guides out there of like, okay, if you're doing your call to actions, these are the scales you need to look at. So we're gonna say 650 wide by, well, no, I think we decided we want more than that. So, and transparency is a transparency, so it doesn't really give a shit about it once I, create transparency on it. That's true. You can't edit it when I want to get it, but we want to start with more room than we need. So let's say 800 wide by 225. Let's just say 230 height. True. So is it gonna puke when I try to open it is the question. Had it puke up on me in the last couple of days when I tried it. Only once, but it was like the first time I tried to crank it up on this machine, it was just like, bleh. I'm done, I can't do shit. Alright, so we want a new project, new composition. I think we determined we wanted 800. Not gonna lock the aspect ratio right now because we don't know what the fuck we need. Say 250. Whoa, not 2150. Thank you. Square pixels. It needs to be 60 frames per second because that's what I stream at. 2 seconds. Does that sound long enough? Can you guys mind? I mean, you guys have seen how long these pop up on screen. And we could shorten that time if we need to. Let's go 5 seconds. Might be way more than we need. All right. Okay. Something just choked. What just choked? Let me check. I heard a thring. I don't see anything on streaming PC. Let's check over here. Close that definitely. Now let's just sort of save this and get it out of the way. We're kind of done spitballing right now. Save as. Save that, close that. And just discard that shit. I don't need it right now. Okay. We'll work like that for the moment. Alright. Then I want to create a shape, rectangle tool. And yeah, I think I do want it to animate. Because I think I want it to in my brain, I think I want the whatever the logo is to either come out the front, you know. I think in the same spot's a good idea. I could probably flip them and you know, do them from the other side should I need to, but typically most people read from upper left to lower right in most cases. So having it in the lower right tends to be the sort of sweet spot, just from everything broadcast, etc., etc. If they're going to stick it on the screen, it's either going to be across the entire bottom of the screen or it's going to be in the lower right hand corner. So I think we just need to get a square in here. And let's see how, gonna remember how big to make these. I think this is where my shape properties are, over here to the side. Can always change up everything once you got it in here. Do you know how big this is? I wish I had a way to measure this. Well, it's going from about 20 down to about not quite 200 pixels, so about 180, I would guess, height wise. We want some rounded corners. And gotta figure out how to do that in here. I'm sure that's probably over here in this shaping too. Effects and presets. Nothing in the effects for that. There again, here's where my ignorance is going to show itself. Line cap, butt, round, projecting. No, that's nothing I need. Round, oh, roundness. That would be it. Something like that doesn't look bad. Do I have a stroke around that? I do. So how do I... Ah, there. Can I get rid of the stroke or not? On like Photoshop and Illustrator, you can just click a thing and it's like, I don't want this. Let's see. Can you? Like right over here in the shape properties, I can click that. Say none. I guess I'm just not seeing where I need to do that at. Oh, I think I saw it. I forget that After Effects is all like dragging sliders. That messes with my brain. All right, and then we're gonna need another shape, but I need rectangle tool. Actually, I might be able to duplicate that. We're just going to call rename. We want this to be I don't really want to give it a color name because oh, it could glitch. Okay, well, I'm just gonna fix that first, don't I? Well, let's rename this. We're gonna call it BG Rec. So that's gonna change colors and shit. So if we go to transform, okay, so I don't want to do it here, but I want to do it somewhere else. Is that correct, Mr. Tag? So instead of stroke width, we want something else, right? Top of screen. Ew, okay. I see the stroke options. No, it's just the blending property. Oh, that one. None. Okay, I gotcha. I didn't mean for this to be a tutorial for Madog here, but I appreciate the input from somebody that's hoed this path before me, so to speak. All right, so now we got that. We need to duplicate this. I forget there's a keyboard shortcut that's like Shift B or something weird. Yeah, that's not gonna give it to me. Yeah, like I said, it's just I've dabbled in After Effects a little bit, mainly sort of trying to go through some tutorials and shit. That's about as far as I've gotten with it. So I'm very, very, very ignorant. Edit. Copy with relative property links. Copy with property links. Copy. Control D for dupe. Okay, that sort of makes sense. Control D. Yep, you are correct, sir. And we want to call this one what would we call that inner box that we got? Inner rectangle? Yeah. Panel base and panel, yeah, you probably. I like your names better. We're just going to call it panel stroke. Okay, and then I want to basically convert this to black. Okay. Then stroke, we don't want a stroke, so I'm gonna do that here. No, we do want a stroke. Normal. Actually, we want gradient, don't we? So we're gonna have to change the direction of the gradient. Multiply, no. Burn, no. Overlay, no. Let's just go normal for now. Okay, then I'm gonna shrink it. Stroke. A little bit too big, I think. About 12 seems right. Roundness is probably gonna have to decrease. Is it sharper as it gets smaller? And then length is probably going to have to increase. I feel like I'm manipulating the wrong numbers here. Oh, the dots in the center? Okay. Shift, make sure I've got those within ramifications. Okay, how's that? Okay, so we're not... Okay, so we're going to the corner. We're not necessarily going to the edge. Because, yeah, I think I was... Okay. Okay. Small adjustment. Okay, and that's a rotation. I don't need rotation. Oh yeah, I'm constraining the proportions, aren't I? Yeah, I gotta find where that's at. I don't want to constrain proportions. There. That's why. Thank you, sir. Somewhere in there, that's still a bit bright. I may have to go into the color picker or something on that. I'm not sure where to manipulate gradients is at. But we want, let's just file export for screens. Sure. Export artboard. Where'd you go? That's the question. I don't see where it went. Let's try that again. File. Let's just say for web. Sure, that'll work. We want it. You can bring PNGs into After Effects, right? Pretty sure you can. Save and then, okay. That'll let me pick where it goes. Where he has all this stuff. Working drive. Working drive. Graphic design. Madog. Twitch graphics. Just gonna call this Madog panel base. Okay. There it is. All right. How does After Effects basically, you pull it in there, it basically only appears when you don't have like the old Flash days where you had like the sides of the canvas you could see. You basically only see the artboard. Is that correct? Okay, all right. Answered my own question. All right. Okay, so close enough for negligibility there, but we definitely want to go up there. The stroke on that is definitely too wide. Six. It's probably good. And then we want that to get a little bit tighter. Get a little bit taller. I have to adjust the corner roundness just a touch. Yeah, roundness. Actually, the base corner needs to be a little less round too. And this is just me learning, so it could very well be, you know, completely different from this one, you know, I actually get to it. Kind of happy with that. And where is it? No, it's stroke. Corner roundness, roundness. No, not quite zero. That looks all right. Okay. Okay, what is this color? Illustrator. Where is my stuff? Layers. I think I need to I think that's going to give me what I need. I've got CMYK numbers I can use, but not a hash. Can we sample? Can you sample a color in After Effects? Is that a thing? It's definitely not what it usually is. Oh, oops. I guess our stroke panel has a fill gotta get rid of that I didn't get rid of before. So how do we get rid of the fill? There's the fill. I'm learning. Okay. This is technically also a gradient, but let's take care of this first. Gradients. I'll leave it there for the time being. Then this. Well, it's also a linear gradient. Not quite straight, but before we do that though, oop. Okay, what is our color here? Just gonna have to take notes on that. Don't know what you're saying I'm doing here, but I'm not. B, what's that? 8010E. 8010E. Okay. And we change that to a linear gradient. Swap the, no, that's correct. Let me slightly sort of that direction too. Sharp cutoff there. Don't like the way that looks. B8010E. Okay. Don't like that sharp edge that's giving me. It's a little better. Still got that almost little halo thing right at the center of that. May just have to sort of work with that a bit. All right, I think we need to go back into this one. That's still a bit too bright there. That's not bad. Not bad. Probably need to save this. New folder. CTA underscore work. I'm just going to call this M dash CTA the 1 underscore VO1. Okay. The question being, may want to rethink how I did that shadow on the or gradient on the color, because that's going to make changing the color of these more difficult. So I think what I want to do is make a duplicate of it. Go back to the original, change that back to solid color. First, we're gonna fix this. B8010E, I believe is what it was. And then I think I want to go rename this to panel shadow grade, the gradient, and then I want to change the fill. Can I change the half of a gradient to a transparency? There should be a way to do that in my mind anyway. HSB or any of those the level of transparency or not? Color at the tab, I can do it there. At the tab. Like stroke color over here in the properties window or somewhere else. Down here. Oh, okay. And the gradient. Okay, so no, it's the wrong one. Want this one. the gradient controls. This one, gradient editor. Let's see a location. Let's see something in here about I can click that tab. Okay, that one. Or that one. Ah, there. I think I figured it out. Let's set that at 50 just because I don't know what I want yet. Why is it not showing? There it is. That's why it's not showing, because you're stupid. That's why. Okay. Alright. This is also an Adobe problem. Is that if you don't make both sides of your gradient the same color and you're just trying to do a color fade, it tries to introduce whatever the other one was, which sort of makes sense, but also is extremely frustrating. I think it's still got a little white in there, I don't know why. Okay. Moving some cobwebs. Alright. So now we got some parts. Again, this is all entirely dependent upon what goes in it. So let's just say, for instance, we're doing the Twitch one, which is going to have follow and subscribe, and then going to give the Twitch address. So that's going to be 2 separate lines of text, as well as probably a logo out here on the end. So let's see if we got some logos we can pull. No, we do somewhere. Let's try. There. Streaming resources. Graphics. No, it's not where it lives. Maybe it's back in here again. Does not appear to be there. It's gonna be something like brand logos or something. Easy enough to find again if I have to. Assets, brand assets. That's what it is. Download that. Okay. And I want to put those into. Where do I want to put those? Working drive, graphic design, brand assets. Folder, Twitch. Extract that here. Okay. Okay, that's humongous. Scale. Something like that. Then we're going to need a text layer. Follow and subscribe. That's just what we've got currently. Oop. That needs to be something nice and plain, easy to read. Where's our text panel? Window view. No, probably going to be window. properties. Is that going to be properties? Character. There's character. We're gonna pull you over. Can we pull it over? Can we pull it? Can we pull panels outside of Adobe After Effects, or is it all gotta stay within Adobe After Effects framing here? Alright. Let's see, you want something nice and plain. Arial's typically a fairly plain one, but you want something probably sans serif. Gotcha. That's poopy. Georgia, I think Georgian might be one. Or Georgia. No, it's still serif. Let's see if we go up and yes, subscribe. Everybody following subscribe if you would, because yeah. Let's see. I was wondering if it'll let me pick one and kind of go through them. Okay. Blew it up. Doesn't like that. Okay, don't know what I did. Okay, well, either I just lost everything or whatever. At least I've gone through the process once. I know how to do it now. Yeah, I think that's foobar. All right. Yeah, I may have just blown it up. Let me guess. No autosave on After Effects either. Be my guess. Safe mode because it crashed. Yeah, we lost some work. Let's see. Anything that you can think of? Where would I go to find autosaves? Open recent. Or is that something I have to initiate, saying do auto saves ever so often? I mean, it's not a huge deal if I've lost some of that shit. So, I mean, just that in itself, what we just went through was, you know, me learning a whole lot of things. So, browse and bridge. No, it's not gonna be a bridge. Yeah, I think we just lost it. So, not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right. Let's see if I can find anything that tells me that there is enabling and customizing autosaves. Where are After Effects files automatically saved? Somewhere on the Adobe community files. Yeah, a bunch of people saying okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing any in there. Alright, so this up here telling me open After Effects and navigate to edit preferences. Edit preferences. General. Select autosave. Okay. Save area of 20 minutes. Save when starting render queue. Maximum project versions 5. Next to project. Do every 15. It might get annoying, but I'll see. Yeah, let me see. Let's okay. Alright, hang on. Let me close this out. So we're in safe mode right now. Let me see if it'll let me successfully open it back in regular without it being in safe mode. Okay. File. Open project. Yeah, this is what I got. This is that. All files. Nope. No such luck. All right. Edit preferences. General. Autosave. Gonna change that to 15. Next to project. 5. Yeah, I mean, that'll probably be good. Okay. Now, in theory, it should save one of those every time that, 15 minutes. So, open project, working drive, After Effects, CTA work. Cancel. So, if we go to that folder, let's say working drive, After Effects work, CTA work. If we see it autosave, it should drop it into here, but that remains to be seen. So, file. Okay. Yeah, see, it was set up saying next to folder. Let me back up here in the After Effects work folder. Yeah. I don't think any of those are. Yeah, this is something else. This is completely something else. This is some tutorial thing I was doing. You can't technically open more than one project in After Effects. Is that correct? Like if you switch to a different project, it opens a different project and closes the other one, or am I just stupid? Let's save. Okay. Yeah, only one project at a time. All right. Well, guys, I think that is going to, let's just go ahead and save that now. I'm going to save as, just to make sure that we're saving up versions. Yeah, okay, so that's saving to the folder, so that saving as puts it there. So I'll leave this up, see if it saves after I head to the restroom, but I think we're going to go ahead and call that for stream today. Didn't get nearly as much done as I wanted to because, well, it was a lot of just sort of spitballing and figuring things out. But appreciate everybody being here, hanging out. Some reason we got a disconnect from server on something on OBS. I don't know which one of those it was. I think it was the Instagram one. Yeah, I still don't know what in the holy shit is going on with Instagram, so that may or may not be a thing. Everybody I've talked to and listened to about things is that, yeah, you can do it, then at the same time, I hear just as many people complain that, you know, both TikTok and Instagram disconnect at like the drop of a hat. So maybe you can only do a certain length of time on those. I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, then we may have to rethink that going forward. However, it looks like Twitch, even though it still says unstable, and YouTube, which is showing shit from, you know, on my preview, shows shit from like 2-3 hours ago. See you, Mr. Tag. Thanks for being here and hanging out, bud. Appreciate all the insight on that, even though I sort of didn't mean for it to go that direction. I don't mind somebody teaching me when I don't know stuff. So yeah, all that stuff looks fine. Twitch inspectors saying everything looks stable, so I don't know what Twitch's dysfunction is right now. I think it's full of shit. But we will see you guys on Wednesday. It'll probably be more of this kind of shit for a while, so hopefully you guys are enjoying what you can enjoy out of it. Stuff I got to do, so, you know, bringing you guys along for the trip. Hopefully you guys will get a little something out of it. I will try to fix the things that I thought I had fixed before, and we'll see you then. So thanks a lot for being here. Later.